calling the meeting to order at 4:30. Everyone's here, present, except for Trustee Garrison and our student rep. Public comment on closed session items. At this time, any person may address the board on any closed session item or any item not listed on the agenda pursuant to the Brown Act. The board cannot consider issues or take action on requests during the comment period. Time is limited to 3 minutes per person per item, 20 minutes per topic. Do we have any public comment on closed session agenda items? I see none. Closed session, moving into closed session at 4:31. And I need to read it out loud. Public employment, certificated classified management, resignation, retirement, certificated classified and management, discipline, dismissal, and release. Public employment performance evaluation for the superintendent, conference with labor negotiations, tax, CSEA, unrepresented, and management. Therefore, we're moving into closed session at 4:31. Came back out into open at 6:11 PM. And we are
Going to open the special.
we are going to open our special board meeting. I will call the meeting to I will call the meeting to order at 6:12 PM. Everyone is present. If I can get everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May I get an approval of the order of the agenda for the special board meeting, please? A motion by trustee Garrison to approve the agenda, a second by trustee Addison. Preferential? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? And no one is absent. Public comments on closed session items. At this time, any person may address the board on closed session item or any item not listed on the agenda pursuant to the Brown Act. The board cannot consider issues or take action on requests during this comment period. Time is limited to 3 minutes per person per item, 20 minutes per topic. I don't see any public comment. We are moving into a conference with legal counsel. So our closed session items are conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. Number 1, significant exposure to litigation pursuant code 54956.9 D2 or D3. Number 2, number of potential cases, 1. With that, we will be moving into closed session at 6:13. We'll be reconvening to open session of our special board meeting at 6:57 PM. No closed session, reportable action, no action taken. Future agenda items, field use agreement, individual athletic team budgets. Future agenda meetings are April 17th, 2024, regular board meeting at 6 PM. Oh, we're back, sorry. It's just the special, we're closing the special meeting.
I'll make a motion to adjourn this meeting at 6:58 PM.
Second.
All right, a motion by trustee Lopez White to close the special board meeting at 6:58 PM. Second by trustee Addison. Preferential? Aye. All in favor? Aye.
One absent.
Opposed? And trustee Garrison is currently absent. All right, thank you.
Make a motion to take a,
Well, now we're not in a meeting at all. Because we
Yeah,
Can
haven't
we-
reconvened,
can
we haven't
we-
reconvened the other.
Can we
meeting.
Right.
reconvene and then we can take a,
or you can just wait for you.
okay, we're gonna wait to reconvene to our regular board meeting for about 7 minutes so we can go to the bathroom, but we'll be right back.
Talk amongst
Can,
yourselves.
Close the door because it's freezing.
p.m. If we can please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the agenda order.
I'll move to approve our agenda order.
I'll second.
An approval of our agenda order by trustee Candelaria Orr, a second by trustee Lopez White. Preferential? Aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And no one is absent. Public comment on consent and non-agenda items. The public may address the board on any consent or non-agenda item pursuant to the Brown Act. During this period, the board cannot consider issues or take actions on any item not listed on the agenda. Time is limited to 3 minutes per person per item, 20 minutes per topic. If you wish to address the board, please stand next to the podium or make a line.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent. My name is William Nichols. I'm a PE teacher at Washington Middle School. I'm a probationary 2 employee, and I'm also under a GLAP, General Limited Academic Proficiency Permit that allows me to teach PE. I have a clear credential in social science. Monday, I was called into a meeting with Shauna and Casey, and my union rep were present, and I was informed that I would be non-reelected for next year. To say the least, I wasn't very pleased, but I thought maybe it'd be important for me to express how I feel about it. I had some really good, the reason I'm here is I want you to please not approve Shauna's recommendation to non-reelect me. That's why I'm here. I want you to not approve it. I want to be elected for next year. Reasons I have as follows. I have quite a few observation evaluation results, and I want to go through them, but since you've had a long evening, I'm going to shorten it, but I still would like to take my 3 minutes. I think it's pretty important. Mr. Waters in October 22 said he's great to see lesson standards posted, displayed for students to review before and after a kickball game, helps communicate and maintains high standards for student, individual, and group behavior throughout the lesson. Additionally, by displaying standards and objectives as class routine supports student positive behavior and ensures a climate in which all students can learn and help maximize instructional time, optimize learning. He went on to say you did a masterful job using a variety of instructional strategies and resources to meet the diverse learning needs of the students. Having student name, help umpire was a wonderful idea and kept him in the game. The student was rolling around the floor and screaming. He just was not into the lesson that day. I made him an umpire. I was the first base umpire. He was the third base umpire, and he was on task and involved for the rest of the lesson. So while in the game, also allowing other students the opportunity to enjoy a good game of kickball without unnecessary distractions. He called this really inclusive and caring teaching excellent. This is my first evaluation as a PE teacher over at Washington Middle School. I also wanted to mention before I go on that under the GLAP permit, I have to have a mentor teacher listed, and that teacher is Mac Butler, and has helped me immensely. I love working with him, and I love working at my school, and I love my kids and staff. Also, you use very supportive language during the game, so the learning environment was intellectually and emotionally safe. A very good rapport with students. So this is a great teachable moment when the bases were full and you pause. I blew the whistle and paused the game. There's one out and bases loaded. What are you going to do if you get the ball? A great teachable moment. There was connection to students' prior knowledge, softball unit, and the rules of softball are similar to kickball and wiffle ball. So we
Mr.
just finished kickball. Pardon?
Mr. Nichols, thank you so much for your public comment. Your 3 minutes have surpassed.
You're kidding, already?
Yes, unfortunately, our clerk had an argument with the clock and she lost.
Yes.
And therefore, she, the
3
timer
minutes already?
didn't go.
Yes.
Can I conclude then? So in conclusion, I think I'm, according to my evaluations, which were, 2 of which were by Steve Jurgensen, Mr. Waters, and 2 with Mr. Berry, that I'm an excellent teacher and worth keeping and worth electing for next year. I think I'm a great teacher, and
Thank
it's
you.
obvious in my
Thank you.
evaluations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Closed session, reportable action taken. During the previous closed session, the board acted to authorize the district superintendent or designee to notify 3.0 FTE temporary certificated employees, teacher and special assignment, teacher-student support, and English pursuant of the Education Code 44954B, that they will not be reemployed for the 2024-2025 school district. Board members Addison, Candelaria, Orr, Garrison, Lopez White, and Mendoza Torres voted yes. In closed session, the board took action to non-reelect 8 FTE, physical education teacher, physical education, science, English, specialized academic instruction, TK, kinder, first grade. Board members Addison, Candelaria, Orr, Lopez White, and Mendoza Torres voted yes, and board member Garrison was absent. The governing board approved the following classified staff. Do I need to read this?
No.
Okay, 0.5 hours per day and 2 hours per day student supervision effective March 1st, 2024. 7.5 hours per day head cook effective March 4th, 2024. 6 hours a day assistant cook effective March 11th, 2024. 6.2 hours a day paraprofessional 2 effective March 1st, 2024. The governing board approved the following coaching staff: middle school track coach effective March 1st, 2024. JB football coach effective August 1st, 2024. CHS assistant track coach effective March 1st, 2024. 7-8 grade softball coach effective March 1st, 2024. Varsity baseball coach effective February 1st, 2024. The governing board denied the job share request from Carly Lewis and Danielle Lambert for the 2024-2025 school year. The governing board approved the following certificated resignations: 1 FTE academic counselor effective June 18th, 2024. 1 FTE special education teacher effective June 6th, 2024. 1 FTE science teacher effective June 7th, 2024. 1 FTE ELD teacher effective June 7th, 2024. 1 FTE 6th grade teacher effective June 6, 2024. 1 FTE 5th grade teacher effective June 6, 2024. They also motioned for 1 FTE English teacher effective February 29th, 2024, to be approved for resignation. 4 ayes, and trustee Addison recused. The governing board approved the following certificated early retirement request: 1 FTE 4th grade teacher effective July 31st, 2024. 1 FTE English teacher effective July 31st, 2024. 1 FTE 3rd grade teacher effective July 31st, 2024. The governing board approved the following classified resignations: 6 hours a day assistant cook effective March 3rd, 2024. 7.5 hour day head cook effective March 1st, 2024. The governing board approved the following coaching resignation: CHS assistant track coach effective January 16th, 2024. JB baseball coach effective October 18th, 2023. JV football coach effective September 12th, 2023. Middle school track coach effective June 7th, 2023. varsity baseball coach effective August 10, 2023. 7th and 8th grade softball coach effective August 24th, 2024. Varsity football coach effective October 31st, 2023. The governing board approved the following certificated management resignation: 1 FTE Director of Curriculum Instruction and Accountability effective June 30th, 2024. And took a motion to approve the varsity football coach effective August 1st, 2024.
Did you get them?
Hmm?
Did you miss them?
No.
They would know we did anyway.
No. If you have any questions, please see Kathleen. Consent calendar. Any questions, or would you like to pull anything, or I can motion?
I'll motion to approve the consent calendar items I 1.1 through I 1.10.
I'll second.
I have a motion by trustee Lopez White to consent items for approval of I 1.1 to I 1.10. Second by Candelaria Orr. Preferential? Aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And no one's absent. Association reports. Our California School Employee Association, Chapter 170, has no report. Teachers Association of Cloverdale. Okay. No report, thank you. School reports. K1, Jefferson Elementary School.
I would just say that Michelle had a family thing to attend to tonight, so her words were as submitted.
Thank you. Washington School Principal report.
Good evening, and as submitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Cloverdale High School, JEH Continuation High School.
Good evening, as submitted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, L Special Education and Student Services report.
Hello. Also as submitted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Curriculum Instruction and Accountability report.
As submitted with a reminder that DLAC is on the 28th at 6 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Maintenance, Operation, and Transportation report.
As submitted.
Any questions from the board?
Good man. It's a quick
Okay.
study. It sounded more like a question, didn't it?
Thank you. Student Board Representative.
I have nothing to report.
All right. Board reports. May we go ahead and get started with Trustee Garrison?
CARE meeting was postponed until March. There were several of us that attended the LCAP meeting. It's also in Nicole Odell's report, but it was good conversation, and we're making our way towards the new goals for that. Boosters meeting, they are going to do a bylaws review coming up May, June. The varsity girls basketball team won a pennant, and so did wrestling, which was very exciting. I attended the Winter Sports Award ceremony. Lots of students and student scholar athletes, so that was very exciting. And then Boosters also noted they're just trying to get coaches to complete the forms appropriately and getting the right sign off. So it's kind of a learning curve this year for coaches on that, and to review the coaches packet. So with that, that's the end of my report.
Thank you. Trustee Addison?
Measure H and everything's moving along with the planning for the new classrooms, as well as trying to get everything set to do our additional parking and turnout work at the middle school, and trying to get that coordinated with the health center in the city.
Thank you. Trustee Lopez White?
I also attended Measure H, so I will go off of what he said, and he was correct. Won't listen to me. I was at a SARB meeting today. We had no new referrals. We had 2 reviews at Washington and 1 review for the high school. I also attended the Winter Sports Awards, and it was really awesome to see so many scholar athletes. A lot of them, they were reading off a lot of their GPAs, and so it was nice to see so many of them excelling. And then over the weekend, I was also at the Middle School Wrestling League Finals, where we had 9 of our 12 Washington wrestlers that attended medaled either first through third, and I think there was 14 schools in total. So that was awesome, and that is the end of my report.
Thank you. Trustee Candelaria Orr?
So I will kind of piggyback off of Trustee Garrison, went to the LCAT meeting, also with our superintendent, really productive, like she said, great conversation. I also attended actually the Kiwanis book giveaway at Jefferson, and it was absolutely wonderful. The kids loved the books. It was just a fantastic event, just overall. So I want to say thank you to the Kiwanis too, because it was great to see. So that's it for me.
I have nothing to report. Superintendent?
Yes, I was just glad to hear that Preston's report was accurate, so I appreciate that. Kathleen and I were talking, and this is more of probably a question than anything else. We're starting to prepare for graduation and promotion for the end of the year, and she let me know that, again, this would be new for me, she let me know that the board in the past has assigned or volunteered a couple people to hand out diplomas and everything like that too. I guess my question would be is I'm wondering why we only have 2 at a time. At Fortuna, for example, we had everybody who could make it showed up, and we kind of took the list like at the high school graduation and just chopped it up and how many people were there, and we took turns handing out the diplomas. So I guess we're trying to finalize some things and stuff too, so we're just kind of wondering going forward, what would we like to continue or what we'd like to do? And I don't even know if it's ever been brought up before, what your thoughts are.
Are we discussing now?
You like all of us? That's nice. Well, I'm sure everybody else likes to hear that.
I do. No, I think it would be great if all of us would be able to like be present, or at least the people, the 5 of us who, out of us that could.
Yeah, because the Brown Act also says that public events are fine that everybody's at. We just can't discuss business, obviously, but, yeah, and the way we've always, I know that stages are probably small. I mean, I haven't seen this one yet, but stages are probably small, so we can't all be up there, but we just basically just would take turns. When I say we, maybe you guys would take turns. But I just wanted to get an idea, so when we start planning, we can have an idea of what we're thinking about. Other comments?
I like it.
I like if we could all make it, that would be great.
Well, that was really easy. Okay, that's my report.
Okay. Thank you. Report discussion, Measure H update. As submitted. As submitted?
As submitted. I thought you were going to defer to Preston since he's measuring
that's accurate.
each guy right now. And of course, we have
Questioning my report.
we have a lot more stuff coming up in the thing too, yes. But as submitted or as Preston submitted.
Okay. Early Education Facilities Project update.
As Preston submitted.
Thank you. Moving on to discussion action, Consideration and acceptance of donations, and we would like to publicly acknowledge Cloverdale Tennis Association for donating $2,166.97 to the Cloverdale High School tennis program. The CARE Foundation for donating $1,410 to the Cloverdale High School for graphing calculators. Richard Green donated a 110-volt arc welder to Cloverdale High School, valued at $299. And the Black Bud Giving Fund donated $17.78 to Cloverdale High School. Thank you so much for all of the donations.
Move to approve. I'll second.
All right, motion by trustee Lopez White and second by trustee Garrison for the acceptance of donations. Preferential? Aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And no one's absent. S2, notice of public hearing and of proposal for implementing school safety fees as authorized by the Education Code Section 17620 and Government Code 65995.
So basically, you're just going to open it up for anybody to have any public comment. And then we will go into the consideration part for the resolution.
Any public comment on the facility fees? Any comment? Okay.
Everybody would appear to be camera shy except for Ms. King over here, so, yes. So then you would just close the public hearing and then we would go on to the, no, just have it open, which we did.
Okay. I was just clarifying whether or not we need a start time and a closing time, but we just opened it. Okay. And we're going to close it. S3, consideration and possible approval of resolution 22414, increasing school facilities fees as authorized by Government Code Section 65995B3.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Did we have a presentation, or we do if you'd like to have a presentation, but I'm sure she's happy to not
I read over
give the presentation.
everything, so.
A
yeah.
presentation on the fees?
Yeah.
It's the same.
Let's just get the fees.
Okay, just.
She stated
Offering.
as submitted, so I appreciate that.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I have a motion by trustee Garrison to approve resolution 22414, increasing school facility fees as authorized by Government Code Section 65995B3, and a second by Candelaria Orr. Preferential? Aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And no one's absent. S4, consideration and possible action on facilities master plan and funding direction.
Great, this is not an as submitted. This might take a little bit longer. Good evening, Superintendent, board members. I'm so happy to be back here. It's been a while. Jennifer Gibb was unable to be here, but her and I worked on this together for you. What I have for you tonight is a summary of kind of where you've been from a state facility funding perspective. I won't belabor it too much, been here before. And then what's remaining of your local funds after you receive all that state funding over the next 4 to 6 months, and then what your opportunities are to leverage as much more funding as you can to add some projects to your facility master plan. Do I have a clicker? I do. Okay. Oh, forward. Oh, this is nice. You labeled it with big letters. Okay. So I'll jump right in. These are your state funding applications. You've been incredibly proactive. The 4 applications that are listed at the top, we've received 90-day notifications for. We anticipate that the Washington Middle School modernization application that we're going to be getting for the MPR and the the MPR at Washington Middle, we'll be receiving that 15-day letter within the next 2 to 3 weeks. And we anticipate those funds will come to you. Probably it will go to the April board meeting for review, approval, and the release of those funds. That's about $1.6 million. You also had 2 projects we submitted for at Jefferson. That's going to net you about another $3.1 million. And we receive those notifications, 90-day notifications in January. We should be receiving those letters in April, and that should go to the June or the July board meeting for review and approval. There is state funding available. We are nothing but confident that you'll be receiving this funds. We are going to be exhausting all of your new construction eligibility, so depending on that new gymnasium MEF at Washington Middle, we don't have that funding coming to you yet unless they're allow us to use next year's new construction eligibility, and then we might be able to get that funded for you. This is all over and above the funding that you're receiving for the pre-K TK full day kinder project at the elementary. And so this is just summarizing that. So the district fund balance is about $1.5 million. That's your advanced design funding for the pre-K TK full day kinder. The state match part of that is $5.4 million, plus they're giving you another 1.8 for qualifying for financial hardship for that project. And then that 4.9 million includes that 3.1 and that 1.6 that I just mentioned around there. Don't hammer me on my terrible math skills on the fly. But it's a total of $13.6 million that you'll be receiving from the state, 2.8 of which you've already received. Your construction hard and soft for that project is 11 million. So that leaves you, after you receive all your state funds, which we anticipate will absolutely be in the bank within the next 4 to 6 months, that leaves you with about $2.6 million remaining in capital facility funds. So then the question becomes, what do we do with that, Jamie, and how can we leverage our remaining eligibility? Because you do have a substantial amount of remaining eligibility. So Jennifer and I spoke. She said, based on her previous meetings with you, there were some projects that you wanted to add to your facility master plan. These are great projects. They're site-specific. And you can absolutely amend your facility master plan now that you've gotten through the projects that you wanted to do to include these. And the next step then really is for me to take a look at it and to say, okay, so they'll have 2.6 million left. Your business manager probably doesn't want you spending all of that. Maybe save a little in case there are some unforeseens for your pre-K TK project, although there should be contingency built into that. But how do I then go and leverage as much state funding opportunity as I can for these projects? So Jennifer's put costs to these. Hard costs, are hammer and nails, hard construction. Then you've got your soft costs. I know you guys know already why it's so expensive and why it takes so long to do a capital facility project. You've got prevailing wage, you've got higher costs of materials, more oversight. So at Jefferson Elementary, for the multipurpose room, she included a warming kitchen, storage, single-use restroom, boys and girls restrooms, and associated site work. You're looking at a total of about $7.2 million. At JEH for classrooms and a district office, and this doesn't necessarily have to be at JEH. This project could be also at Cloverdale High School or another site. A 2-story building, which would include 3 new classrooms, 960 square feet each, district office space, restrooms, et cetera, associated site work, about $6.6 million. And then Washington Middle multipurpose room to include warming kitchen, storage, single-use restrooms, et cetera, $8.2 million. So I did the math quickly, looking at about $20 to $21 million worth of projects. But what's great is that I'm here to tell you that I can get you like 16 million of that. So we can get close to that. Some of that depends on how we strategically develop and plan these projects out and where they are. Because remember, some of your eligibility is site-specific and can't relocate. And some of it is new construction eligibility, which changes every year. But you're a small school district, so we can lock that in. So I think it's really important, and I said this when I was here, I think last year or the year before, to understand what the financial hardship program is. Because now that you've reached almost 80% of your bonding capacity in debt with all the good work that you've done, leveraging all the state funding, and you're getting reimbursed for things, and you're spending that money, you qualify for this program called financial hardship, which isn't a standalone program. It's a supplement to new construction, to modernization, to another pre-K TK project if you wanted to do it. And what it is for those districts that can't provide all or part of their match for a project, then the state will give you their share and your share for that project. In order to receive it, you must have made all reasonable efforts to raise local funding. You adopted your developer fee study tonight, which is the first step in phase 1. And then you also have to qualify under one of four other items, and you qualify as you'll see in a minute, you're almost at 80% of your bonding capacity in debt. Once you're over 60% of that, then you qualify. Re-reviews are performed every 180 days, and what's great about this program is that we could actually submit at any point right now while you're working on your larger project for advanced design funding. They'll give you 25% of your total eligibility, so 25% of that 16 million they would release to you. You still have to wait in line. It's just like any other funding application. Right now, we're sitting at 2 years from the time you submit till the time you get your funding. But they do have that opportunity for financial hardship districts, so that's something to consider. Like I said, you need to be levying the maximum allowable developer fee you are. And in March of last year, your bonding capacity to indebtedness was 77%. And we'll look at that again, but you're well above the threshold for that. So you are a financial hardship district. So what's the process for financial hardship? It's exactly the same as it is for any other funding application. You submit a modernization application, you check the financial hardship box. You submit a new construction application, you check the financial hardship box. And then 90 to 180 days before they pick up that application, they're going to send you a letter and say, we want to look at all your capital facility funds 21 through 40. They're going to pull open every couch cushion and see if you have any capital facility funds available. They won't look in your reserves. They won't take any funds out of your general fund unless you've transferred money in from your facility funds, which you don't do. But they will reduce the amount that they give you by whatever funds you have available. So it's beneficial for you to have less money available when they come for that review. So some of it is being strategic about how we leverage the funding that's remaining after you're done with your current projects, and then you're going to be bringing in developer fees and that sort of thing. So they do a 3-year review to look behind you to see what you've done. And then they process the funding application and the financial hardship eligibility concurrently. So you submit your 5004, submit the financial hardship documents, they're going to review those. After that's reviewed, they'll send the findings to the district, and you were already approved for financial hardship in that moment of time that we submitted your pre-K TK project, which is why you're getting that extra funding. They won't look at that again. That's a different program. They don't review it every 6 months for that. It's a moment in time. And then it gets placed on the unfunded list, and you participate in PIF. And so it's quite a long period of time, like I said. Just like it's been with your other applications that you wait to get funded. So phase 1 is that determine if you're eligible, you are eligible, and then determine the amount of funds you have available for contribution. This is really important. So like I said, your available funds are 21 through 40. They review your revenue and expenditures for the last 3 years. They look at transfers in and out of your facility funds, look at your special reserves. If you have a COP out of your general fund, they consider that as available unless you've issued it for bridge financing. So you can, once you know you're eligible for financial hardship, you can bridge finance. It requires a specific board resolution, and you can bridge finance to get your design done, for example, to hire an architect, get your design done, and then they can reimburse you for that later. That would be considered a contribution due to expenditure. So any funds you spend on a project between the time you submit your application and the time they pick it up, they'll reduce the amount of money that they give you for your share by that amount. So say, for example, you took $2 million of that $2.6 million that you have remaining, and you spent it on design for a project that we're going to submit for to capture your remaining eligibility. That would be reduced by that amount of money that you spent on design on that project. So again, if the available funds are less than the district match, the state will fund the difference between the match and the available funds. So here's an example. New construction project, not financial hardship, the state share is 500, your share is 500, total project funding is $1 million. Say you are financial hardship, the state share 500, your share is 500, but you only have 100,000, they're going to cover the other 400,000 for you. So this is really important. So this is, again, you qualify for financial hardship. If you look at the right-hand side, that state share, that $9.5 million, that is the eligibility that in May of 2025, you're going to have second round eligibility at Jefferson Elementary. Again, this eligibility is site specific. You can only spend it at these sites. It doesn't move with the kids if you move kids around. It's based on the facilities that were there at the time of establishment compared to enrollments. So at Jefferson Elementary, right now, you have $1.1 million state share, $732,000 district share. Financial hardship, say you didn't have any money in the bank, we could get you $1.8 million. You can combine that with the May 2025 return of grants under the second round of funding, because it's been that long since you took those grants, and you add another $5.1 million to that if you're financial hardship. So you're looking potentially at a $7 million project to be able to do at Jefferson Elementary once you've exhausted all your local funds. Likewise, at Washington Middle, you're looking at $3 million, at Cloverdale High about $6 million. JEH has only about $300,000. When that site was established, it was just one 1,920 square foot portable, so the other buildings on that campus are not Field Act approved, and they were not counted as part of your eligibility. So they're not generating any eligibility for you. That's not to say you can't do a new construction project at that site.
If we do a new construction at that site, and then years down the line, would they take that new construction site footprint to apply to anything going forward, whereas right now you're just saying it's the one?
You can't ever add facilities to your mod eligibility after you've already established.
Okay.
So, but if you added new buildings, you would have potentially more students enrolled in your continuation school, and potentially that could generate some more eligibility for you. So you can leverage somewhere, non-financial hardship, $9.6 million, or fully financial hardship for projects at these sites, almost $16 million. Your advanced design opportunity, again, I could submit tomorrow and say they want their advanced design for all of this eligibility, and that would be about $2.2 million that you'd get in a couple years to hire an architect and get your design done, submit to DSA, wait 12 months, and then get in line for the real funding. So it pushes it out quite a bit. Most financial hardship districts, once they know their financial hardship, they'll bridge finance to do some design rather than waiting for their advanced design, but I needed to bring you the opportunity. So the options for the remaining $2.6 million, obviously, it's really important, in option one, if you were to spend that $2.6 million now somewhere like JEH and not match it to state funding, then you would get more in financial hardship opportunity later, right? Because you're spending it on a project that won't be considered contributions due to expenditure because we're not capturing any matching state funding for it. Or you could, and we kind of just listed some pros and cons here, you could take the $2.6 million to put into design, get funding applications in line at all these sites, but those would be contributions due to expenditure. So at the end of the day, you would get about $13.4 million if you spent the whole $2.6 million on design. So with option one, obviously you're maximizing your funding with a financial hardship because you're spending that $2.6 million on a non-state funded program, building non-classroom based or a new construction project. So new construction is less of a guarantee of funding the modernization. So you could certainly put a couple classrooms down for that amount. Or you could do something like a district office, something that's, not eligible for state funding, and then maximize that $16 million. Or option two is to use the remaining $2.6 million, like I said, to put towards design, and then once you get your CDE and DSA, get in line, and then wait to get the funding to do your projects. Or you could use some bridge financing mechanism to do them once you are in line and the state bond passes and we know that you're going to get the funding. So that's the direction that Van Pelt is looking for is, what kind of direction do you want to give them regarding adding these, amending these projects to the facility master plan, and then moving forward with projects that either spend those funds on a non-state funded project now to maximize your financial hardship opportunity, or to go ahead and move into design for those projects.
Well, that's just an easy decision.
And I am happy to answer any questions. I know there have been questions about, modernization eligibility. Can it move from one site to another? I am here as expert. I can answer all of those questions for you because you do have quite a bit of eligibility. And I think this is probably amending these projects and putting them in your master plan makes sense. I think it's a more complicated process to determine how to strategically, maximize that funding and where your projects are best served to be.
Could you go back to the slide, the two options?
Yep.
So, like with option one, when you were talking about that, you referenced JEH site, but, hold on, sorry,
That's
one
okay.
second. My thought process is that's our oldest site. Our district office is not very,
Aging.
okay, it's aging.
People
I just
fall
feel like
through the floors.
throughout everything that I've heard, those are like the two last sites that ever get the most funding, or will ever have the opportunity to ever repair them.
Right.
So that's why that is intriguing to me, that idea.
Yeah, and I mean, at JEH, you have the lowest amount of
Right.
eligibility, and, and their district office, there's no opportunities for state
No.
funding for something like a DO. So taking that funding that you have left and leveraging it at that site for a project, and maybe combining it with some new construction, right?
For our JEH facility. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why it's.
And I think with the way that you're growing and with development, and I can have Rob run some projections to see what your new construction eligibility will look like, because you're able to lock that in. So if your enrollments come out in the fall and you've got new construction eligibility to leverage, as a financial hardship district, with the mod there, and some of that 2.6 million, I think that could be a really good strategy.
Is there any downside to applying for the advanced design funds?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm definitely leaning towards option number one.
I mean, I think if I can weigh in as an expert, I think that given where you are at your bonding capacity, I would recommend that you leverage as much opportunity at the state funding program that you can, because, your bonding capacity to indebtedness is really high, and there's not a lot of places you get funding, is what I always say when I come to you. And there's an opportunity that your eligibility can continue to grow, but yeah, spending that 2.6 million and having that be counted as contributions due to expenditure rather than spending it at a site that doesn't have much eligibility, right? And a district office that needs some TLC. I think option one, it would be my recommendation. Not that you asked, but.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Sure.
We asked just by inviting you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's irresponsible to leave 2.6 million on the table when it's there.
So
I mean,
And
you've
this is
done
such a
great work, and you have
long
so much
path to get
opportunity.
here.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say, do we want to make a motion?
You have a lot of opportunity to do a lot more work. I mean, the projects that she listed with the prices, initially when I see that, I get sticker shock. And then I'm like, wait a second, let me go look and see how much eligibility they have left. But, you can do the multipurpose room at Jefferson. I think her total was around 6 or 7 million. I mean, you have that there with your financial hardship fully. So, you could spend the 2.6 and then bridge financing to get a designer on board won't reduce your financial hardship eligibility.
So my question would be, is that if the board decided to go with option one, we're talking about, what does that look like in the near future, and what do we do? Do we just kind of send you on your merry way to figure that out, or what do we, I guess maybe some clarity on what that looks like going forward?
I think for option.
And timing-wise, too, would be good.
I mean, I think for option one, you would want to get into design as soon as possible, because construction costs are only going up, and I was talking to another district today that didn't even get a couple of subs to bid their project in Napa, which I thought was crazy. So I know with a bond passing and with a lot of school districts passing bonds, it's getting really competitive in the construction arena. So I would say move forward immediately with that project at JEH with that $2.6 million. We can leverage some of the mod. We'll go ahead and submit for however much new construction the project scope will dictate. because you have to have the new construction. When they pick up the application, we'll have Rob quickly run some projections for you and bring back a scope of what that looks like and how much you can do there, right? How much you can do there. And then at the same time, concurrently, we can immediately submit for your advanced design at the other sites. And you can start on a parallel course. I can map that cash flow out and what that looks like. And then on a parallel course, you can decide when to pull the trigger on some bridge financing to get the designs done. Because remember, there's nothing wrong with submitting for advanced design, but I wouldn't wait the 2 or 3 years to get it before you start designing, because then you're another 12 months for planning and DSA approval, then you're another 2 to 3 years to get the actual funds. So, I mean, I know what things cost 10 years ago. I'm building a house, they cost way more now. So I would suggest, I think mapping it out that way works the best.
I feel like our TKK project, the way that it's kind of, the timeline has flowed really well and
Yeah.
really quickly. Do you foresee this
Yeah.
being the same?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you have a great team. Bempelt's wonderful. And I don't know if you've met Jennifer Gibb. She gets things done. So she doesn't have an off button, that's for sure. I think if I think your team is waiting for you to kind of make a decision about how do we allocate these funds, and then I think everyone on your team will quickly move forward in that direction and come back with you with a timeline and scope and state funding match and, another report.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve option number 1 for item S4.
I'll second.
Option 1. So I have a motion by trustee Candelaria Orr and a second by trustee Addison for option 1 on the possible action on facilities master plan and funding direction. Preferential? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And no one's absent.
I guess we'll be in touch.
Thank you
Did
so
you
much.
need,
And I
sorry,
just
really
wanna-
quickly, did you need a decision on the board action to revise the FMP to include these 3 projects? I'm sorry, I don't mean to butt in about process, but
Yeah, you could just do a separate one.
I don't want to get yelled at by
I-
Jennifer Gibb.
And I just want to make it clear, because I had to verify, just because we're going with option 1 and we're talking about JH, that doesn't mean that's the only thing. Like, there's all that other
Yeah.
money and all of that
So it's
still out there, so.
Yeah, I mean, we will immediately explore it and bring it back to you
Yeah.
to see what it looks like. But I don't think that, there's any final decision being made. It's, we definitely will come back to you with more detailed information and a plan and a timeline.
And it would be exploration on JEH, an option, is what I'm hearing from our
I
board.
think.
And
I can also timeline these out with the
Yeah.
advanced
Yeah.
design and the funding and what that looks like.
It would be a motion to modify and update, update our master plan to taking all of these projects into consideration.
So we're doing a separate motion, correct?
Is that a motion?
That's a
Preston?
motion.
That's, yeah, I was gonna say, is that a motion?
To update our master's facility plan to take current funding projections and these projects into consideration.
And I will second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion by trustee Addison and a second by trustee Lopez White to modify and update our master's facility plans to take into consideration the 3 plans. Here,
The projects.
the projects.
There's no plan yet.
You have that written down there, clerk?
Mm-hmm.
Preferential? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And no one's absent.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
It was
Thank you
really
for
good to
coming.
see you.
Thank you.
You're not done yet.
I'm not done yet.
There's one more.
There's one more.
Okay. Consideration and possible approval of Resolution 22409, naming the district representatives and authorization participation in SAB administered programs.
I guess you're kind of done. No. I don't think so, unless you guys have any questions.
No.
Patty, do you have any questions? I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Thank you.
I'll second.
All right, a motion by trustee Addison for the approval of resolution 22409, naming of the district representatives and authorization participation in SAB administered programs. Second by Candelaria Orr. Preferential? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And no one's absent. Thank you.
Thank you.
S6, consideration and possible approval of the 2023-2024 second interim report.
As submitted?
Move to approve.
That's awesome. Good evening, I'm Patty Mills, CBO, and we're serious, as submitted, though. Before you is a second interim report for the district for the 23-24 school year. All interim reports are built on assumptions known at the time that the report is produced. So before you are the assumptions that were used in creating this document. We have the current year, the 23-24 year, and the 2 subsequent years. The information we have at this time is the COLA for the 23-24 year is 8.22. We're seeing a drastic projection from the governor of a decline to a 0.76%, and then in that third year out, 2.73. Our current district enrollment is at CBEDS, which includes our non-publics, our county placements, and also our district enrollment. 1,291 students. We're anticipating a very small enrollment increase, as we have not seen from our past years enrollment increasing. However, with TKs, the age span expanding next year for entry into TK, we are doing a conservative 5 increase. Our current fiscal year, we are at the very last year of the state-authorized 3 prior year average for ADA. And for our district this year, it has increased our ADA by about 47 ADA. So we're coming in at 1256.98. Next year, we no longer have the ability to a 3-year average, so we see a decline because it will be based on current ADA and/or prior ADA, whichever is higher. So that is the LCFF calculator's calculation of funded ADA, and then 1240.37 in that third year out. Our unduplicated pupil count is at that bottom row, so we're looking at 65.22%, going to 66 and into 67. And that's kind of keeping that current number. Right now, it's 876 students identified as unduplicated. And please stop me if you have any questions along the way.
So is that a swing with the projected numbers of about $800,000 of our budget?
We went through this the other day. What that 47 increase is approximately a 600,000 amount. And we'll see that decline, definitely. And then the averaging on top of that.
Yeah, okay.
And I would just say that that's where the big cliff in California is at, because of the 3-year average that we were able to take, and also there was a whole harmless part in there and everything like that too. And so we're going, what Patty's saying, when we're doing the current year and the last is the old way of doing it. And so I would say we're not alone in that. I mean, some of your bigger districts especially are hit even harder for that. I mean, to the tune of several millions of dollars. So that's really where the big problem's lying. And I would say anytime that the COLA is less than 1%, it's generally a decrease in funding, because nothing really goes up less than 1% in the year. So we're hoping for better news.
And the news definitely could very well change. By May, the governor will go back in and do a May revision. And then after that, it would be the actual budget adoption, which they have until July 1, basically, to do that. So the information is definitely changing. and/or unknown at this time. Concretely unknown, I should say. The other assumption that's used is for lottery, both restricted and unrestricted, and the STRS and PERS employer rate. STRS is a set rate at 19.10 for the 3 years. PERS, however, that could change at any point, and this is the projection at this point. So with the multi-year projection for the second interim, these are some of the other factors that are utilized to create the projection. So we use the most recent local control funding formula calculator. The state and federal revenue is budgeted at this current year for the 2 subsequent years, less the CARES one-time funds. And local revenue is, I have based it on an average of prior year funding levels. It's a little bit more of, I wouldn't say an aggressive approach to local revenue because that is not a guaranteed revenue. However, we do have a definite track record with that and the various sources that feed into local revenue. Salaries have been increased by step and column in the 2 subsequent years. Negotiations are settled for our current year, but not the subsequent years. The projected cost savings from known retirement, staffing movement at this point have been included in the MYP in the 2 subsequent years. This was a recommendation definitely by the County Office of Ed to really call that out and to know that is a number that as we then go through the replacement and deciding which positions will be replaced for next year, that dollar figure will definitely be moving. Certificated teacher work calendar is currently at 186 days, and the work calendar for high school counselors, dean, teachers on special assignment, speech and language pathologists are 196 days. I did include the full-time equivalents for the current year positions. You do see those before you, and the changes that are anticipated at this point for the 24-25 year and the 25-26. So we do see a decline of 2.6 certificated, and then the years in between 24-25 and 25-26, 1 dropping at that point. Again, it is a multi-year projection, and those numbers will be possibly moving. You also see the classified going from 64.50 to 57.80. Most of these are created at this point with the reduction of the one-time fund, CARES Act, which the positions were hired under. Health and welfare insurance cap is also negotiated, and it is before you. We also, for the book supplies services, we are decreasing due to the exhaustion of one-time CARES Act funds between current year and the first subsequent year. And then we anticipate just the nominal kind of 1% increase between the 24-25 and 25-26. In all 3 years, we're meeting our 3% contribution to the routine restricted maintenance program. And this is the outcome or the effect that all of those assumptions have on our current budget. So in current year, 23-24, we begin the year with a balance of $6.1 million. We are anticipating or budgeting $22,999,000 for revenues, and our expenditures transfers out $26 million, which gives us an operational loss of $3,063,000, leaving our ending fund balance budgeted at $3.1 million. So that includes that operational loss is primarily utilizing or expending the one-time funds that we have been carrying in that beginning fund balance. So in the turquoise area, you see the components of our ending fund balance at the end of the year. We are meeting our 3% reserve in current year and the 2 subsequent years. However, we are not meeting the board approved reserve of 7%, and you can see how that percentage does increase slightly, but it, again, is not available to the district. The reserve, or restricted, resource balance of 2.3 million is some of the remaining CARES Act funds that do go into the 25-26 school year, unless they're exhausted before, but you can see the assumption there that we're exhausting approximately $1 million between 23-24 and 24-25. And then by that third year out, 25-26, they will be primarily all exhausted at that point. We do not have any additional for undesignated, unappropriated balance. You can see the change then into the 24-25 year. We have a reduced revenue based on primarily the bit of a cliff from the ADA, and also the CARES Act dollars have stopped coming in. And then you see the expenditures and transfers out, and that difference of approximately $4 million that will need to be reduced or are reduced in our multi-year projection, giving us an operational loss of $1,089,000, bringing us down to that $2,018,000 ending fund balance. We then move into our third year. Revenues slightly tick up, and that relates back to the calculator and the averaging of ADA, or not averaging, but the greater of current or prior. And then the expenditures out, very slight increase. Again, CARES Act dollars are being exhausted at that point, so that gives us an operational loss of about $519,000, and we're down to an ending fund balance of $1.498 million. We do meet the reserve. We do have approximately 2.3% to apply to that board reserve, and then our restricted resources down to about $304,000. The takeaway that I have from this projection is we are at that point where we are, again, living with a 3% reserve. We do meet that 3% reserve, but it's with a very tight budget, if you will, and that's primarily the time we're entering into. There are lots of factors that could change it, definitely COLA, definitely enrollment, ADA percentage, if it increases and or decreases, greatly affects the revenue. But we definitely no longer have the one-time dollars to carry us through. We also do not have the ending fund balance that we had prior. Any questions? That's a lot to absorb all at once.
Am I correct in my remembrance that in 7 years, this is the first time I've ever seen us not meet our reserve?
The board-approved reserve?
Board-approved reserve.
Yeah, I
But we
don't know if
also
it's
upped it.
quite 7 years, but it's definitely been a run. Yeah, this is back almost, not quite to the really lean times, but it's very close.
Well, we've
So
always
it's
made
like-
the necessary adjustments to
Yeah,
meet
and,
our board required reserve, and we're not doing that now.
yeah.
Just feeling like 08 and 09, like that time, just with stuff, whenever it comes to funding. But anyways.
Because those projections could slip the other way, too. We're,
And it's definitely a difficult time at second interim. We're working on very limited information that could very well change rather quickly. The state is definitely working through their projections, identifying their true deficit. So it is a kind of a wait and see, if you will. But nonetheless, we have the requirement to show that we can meet a 3% reserve. If not, we become qualified or negative. So we have to adapt to that.
yeah, but we're not meeting
Our
The
board
board,
Board's reserve.
no.
And I mean, I guess it's just a good reminder for us to have these check-ins and know that because we have the board reserve, that it's something we might have to, depending on what the outcome is with the state, we might have to come back and make some cuts.
And the decisions, correct, that the board will make. We do have some time on our side with resignations, retirements, and filling positions to still make some adjustments, definitely. So we will be discussing those.
Yeah, I mean, if we hadn't had that 7% board reserve, looking at 23, 24, we would wipe out that 3%. So, I mean, in a year, we've gone from having enough money to cover us and keep the 3% required to having only 4,000 between us and not having a qualified budget. I mean, this is the most dire budget I've seen since I've been on this board. If we hadn't worked so hard to have that 7% reserve, we would be wiped out right now. And we wouldn't be making financial decisions. Somebody else would be making them for us.
Correct. And that's the piece to definitely factor in.
Yeah.
And even qualified. We've been through that many years ago, but it's a hard place to be, and we need to adapt and make changes so we can live within our means.
Yeah, because I'm pretty floored that and I know we have this fiscal cliff we're dealing with, but in 1 year, we've wiped out what took almost 7 years to save.
Yeah. The one, and I'll continue on and we can come back to this slide, definitely. I will get to the other funds, and that is one good place that the district is definitely in that we've set up for ongoing expenditures that do occur. This slide is some of the last funds and their deadline date that we will be able to go into next year with, and that is the universal TK dollars of $66,000. The educator effectiveness, $182,000. We'll be moving some positions into those dollars. The arts music discretionary block grant, $647. There is a plan that is in place and was required for those dollars. It we're in the process of reviewing it with administration and kind of showing the roadmap, if you will, for those dollars. We have the A through G, there's some remaining balances there, they're pretty small, and that is expended at the high school. And then the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant does have an expenditure date through that 27-28 school year, but with additional positions that will be moved into that next year, we possibly will have it for about 2 years. We're moving about $500,000 worth of positions into that to be able to retain those services and positions. So we're looking at about 1.9, and that's in that restricted balance of 2.3 down there. So that's where those dollars are living. These are the other funds that are in the district, and they do have specific purposes in which you can use them for, but it does give us a little bit more flexibility, if you will, and additional funds to take care of these programs. So the first one is just simply Fund 08, which is an accounting fund for all of the student body accounts within the district. So the district does not oversee those, we just simply account for them, and they're audited from our financial system. The next one is Fund 12, which we just basically reference it, but it will be cleared out this year. It's the remaining amount from the preschool tuition base that was in place. Cafeteria fund is looking like about a 600,000 balance. It's kind of a strange anomaly, but it's as a result of feeding every student and the way the funding's just rolling in. So we will be utilizing those funds, and I'm sure they will decrease slightly as we get through the year. Food costs are definitely being re-encumbered weekly, if we will. The next fund is the deferred maintenance fund, and that houses, it is 826,000 balance. It houses the track and field replacement and also the deferred maintenance for larger maintenance projects. The special reserve fund, or Fund 17, has our technology and our classroom furniture replacement in that. We're at 420,000 there. The 14, we transfer out 175,000 per year out of the general fund to it, and Fund 17, we transfer 110,000 annually. The bond fund, by the end of this year, with the encumbrance of the Washington bus turnout, will be a zero balance. The other portion of the remaining bond fund has been encumbered for the Universal TK modular building project at Jefferson. Capital Facility Fund developer fees, 747,000. That will also become our matching portion, if you will, to the Universal TK project. And Fund 35 houses the first portion. It's about $1.2 million that came in for the design plan for the UTK project, so that will be encumbered, and the remaining 500,000 will be used as our match to the modernization hardship dollars. And then our final one is the special reserve fund, very small amount still remaining in there from the last project that went through there was the land purchase. So in closing, and we can definitely go back to any slide that you would like to see and or talk about, the second interim, it is a conservative projection, and as the year progresses, that budget moves, and the multi-year projection may look different. We will receive more information, we'll be better able to identify revenues and expenditures going forward. We do need to remember that 3-year ADA averaging ends this fiscal year, and that is the cliff that Superintendent Sinistraro referred to. The special attention does need to be paid to those 2 subsequent years, and I know it's like the hardest thing to do is to really know which way the district is going, but we'll have to watch construction, building, events that occur that fluctuates our enrollment. We need to reevaluate our class sizes, know that our staffing is correct. So we'll be evaluating a lot as a district in order to meet our continued reserve, so we do not move into qualified and or negative. Any questions?
Can you go back to the one right before it in closing? Can you remind us of, and I'm sorry, I cannot
That's
see with,
okay.
I forgot my glasses. I think it's Fund 14 and
17?
17. Which ones of those are the board committed? Isn't that what it is?
They're both, yes.
They both
Those
are.
transfers are both.
But I thought we had done it where you couldn't pull out of it unless it was board approved. Didn't we? And I forget what that was called.
No, I believe you cannot change that required or that committed amount unless
Unless
the
it's
board
board approved.
changes the
Okay.
committed amount. So the committed amount was 100,000 for track and field, 75,000 for deferred maintenance.
Okay.
Technology is 50,000 per year and 60 for classroom furniture.
Okay.
And then what we do at the end of the year, as we close the books with Fund 17, we expend the dollars in the general fund, and then when we do the transfer in of 50, then we transfer out any amount we've spent
Okay.
for technology replacement, for
Gotcha.
instance. The furniture, we have allotted, of the 60,000 annually, we allot 20,000 per site, but they don't always utilize those funds. So then they just remain in the Fund 17. The one great thing at this point in time is interest rates are up. So we are seeing interest in all those accounts with those funds. Have to give a glimmer of hope in there somewhere.
Well, I'd say, yeah, well, I mean, I'm looking at the money we saved for 7 years is wiped out in 1 year, and that's a board requirement to have that. So I would make a motion to approve this as a certified, as a qualified certification, not as positive.
Yeah, the definition from the state is who dictates whether it be positive, qualified, or negative, and that's meeting that 3% reserve at this point.
So qualified with the 3% reserve, but, or positive with the 3%, but qualified with the board's requirements for a budget.
requirement.
This is phenomenal to see our savings of 7 years wiped out in 1 year. Not even a year, we're only in March. And we've seen the governor's budget change a lot in a negative direction from March to June.
Any other questions? Thank you, Patty.
Thank you, Patty.
Okay. Okay.
You motion
Was
to
that,
approve it?
was that a motion?
I'll second.
So a motion by trustee Addison to approve the 2023-2024 second interim report, and a second by trustee Lopez White. Public comment. If you have any public comment, please come to the podium.
Renee Duvander, TAC president. One of the benefits of broadcasting online is I am getting messages from the gallery. We are wondering if Patty or the board could let us know how much money was spent in the last year on the legal fees and on the cost of paying for the paid administrative leave of the employees that were put on paid administrative leave, and the payouts and settlements with employees that were asked to leave the district, as well as the cost of the interim superintendent, because it is believed that that might have eaten up very much a lot of that well-saved reserve. With new district leadership, we're very hopeful that this will not be a problem going forward. And this wasn't our fault. We have new administration across the board, and we don't think this is going to happen again, and so we shouldn't be punished for it.
Thank you. Any more public comment?
I would just say clarification, are we approving it as a positive? But I think there was a caveat that I think that Preston, I don't want to speak for you, but you'd like to be noted that,
It's positive based on the state definition, but based on the board's required reserve,
right,
it's
Qualified.
right. I just want to make sure that
Yep.
the notes reflect that correctly. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Having a hard time with the clicker tonight. That's okay.
Okay. Okay. So the vote, we had a motion by trustee Addison for an approval of the 2023-2024 second interim report. Positive positive based on the state qualifications, but a qualified statement based on our board reserve. Did I get that correctly? And a second by trustee Lopez White, preferential. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And no one's absent. S7, consideration and possible action on resolution 22412 regarding certificated reduction of force, 4.8 FTE layoff. Okay.
We're just waiting for someone. Or we're waiting for Glenn.
Okay.
We're just waiting for,
Yeah, I'm just got to get there on my computer. So what you have in front of you is part of, I guess, of the last discussion we just had, is we're asking you to approve the reduction of those particular kinds of service for the next school year. And I feel any questions, I guess, that you might have at this point.
I don't have any.
Do the budget projections that we just saw in the interim report take into account these cuts?
Hello. Yes, those cuts are included along with replacements from the other movement that's occurring. So they've all been factored in,
Okay.
and then a projection for the replacements of those positions that are remaining and/or going to be refilled have also been included in the MYP.
Okay.
any other questions?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
So I have a motion to approve, the resolution 22412 regarding classified reduction of force, 4.8 FTE layoff by trustee Garrison and a second by trustee Candelaria Orr. Do we have any public comment? Comment up to the podium.
Okay, this is going to be frustrating. Okay. Because it's like not working the way it needs to. I'm getting annoyed with it.
Renee Duvander, TAC president. I sincerely appreciate the superintendent's communication with TAC regarding these positions throughout, and this did not come as a surprise to us, with the exception of the STEAM position. I did not know ahead of time that the STEAM position was going to be a reduction in force, and so I found that out a little late, and it caused a little bit of a stir at Washington Site because they are concerned about what that's going to look like as far as the 5th, 6th prep goes, and how the students are going to be gaining those computer skills that they're expected to have for the rest of their schooling years. It is the one class that teaches them how to do Google Slides and to format their docs and all these things that we fully expect them to know how to do when they hit high school. And we've spent a lot of years and a lot of money on STEAM programs in this district, and to find out that we're losing the last of our STEAM classes was a little bit of a surprise. And so that was a little bit of a surprise for us. And I would also like the board to note that with the loss of these 2 TOSA positions at Jefferson Elementary School, this is the last of your certificated personnel working with reading at the Jefferson Elementary site. That means you have no one who is certificated working with reading intervention at Jefferson Elementary School, where we have over half of the student population reading below grade level. Over half reading below grade level. So, and I'm pretty sure, and I'd have to check the numbers, over half the population is reading 2 grade levels below. And so we do not have a reading intervention program. We do not have a reading intervention program for our littlest, and they're getting all the way up to high school not being able to read. And if we're not teaching them how to read, what are we teaching them? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? Public comments? Discussion, questions from our board? Preferential? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And no one's absent. S8, consideration and possible action on resolution 22411 regarding elimination of permanent classified employee services, 6.825 FTE.
I would say that as submitted on this, same thing, a lot of these are currently vacant, and then some of them are dropping off due to the dropping off of some of the funding, the CARES Act funding as well that we increased.
Move to approve?
I'll second.
All right. We have a motion to approve Resolution 22411 regarding elimination of permanent classified employee services, 6.825 FTE by Trustee Garrison, and a second by Trustee Candelaria Orr. Any public comment? Okay. Preferential? Aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And no one's absent. Future agenda items, T1 field use agreement, T2 individual athletic team budgets, our future board meeting. Do we have any other future agenda items that we would like to add?
I guess my ask with T2 would be to include the cycle, not just what the budget is, but this, where they are in the cycle of their budget.
Okay. Any other future agenda items? Okay. Future board meeting dates, April 17th, 2024, which is our regular board meeting at 6 p.m.
Move to
Move to
adjourn.
adjourn.
I'll have
I got closer though, at least.
You did.
Trustee Addison move to adjourn at 8:35.
I'll second.
A second by Trustee Candelaria Orr. Preferential? Aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And no one's absent.